I mean, I might get on, but not really. I just got up myself for sleeping a little bit. I just got to notice my account was hit for chat, and I was like, for what? I didn't do anything today. That's exactly. Every time I ever ask them, it's always like, well, go fuck yourself. Yeah, I don't know. Like the last game I played, they're upset because the Junkrat kept knocking everybody out, and I was like, well, if I can't play here, I'm just gonna go to lane. Yeah, I looked. There's nothing in TOS that says anything. I did. Yeah. I play, well, yeah, after you said I think I played 2 games after I played with you. 3 maybe. I'm trying to think. So you're probably okay. Granted, I thought I was okay because I didn't say anything. Outside of, the only thing I said the last game I played was, well, Junkrat just kept knocking my stuff out. It's like, if you're gonna keep knocking out, I'll go to lane. Oh yeah, what's she gonna get you? Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Oh nice. Yeah, I saw that you got your mouse and monitor before. Ah, new mouse. Another thing I dislike replacing. So once you find a good one, you just you love it. You keep it. Yeah, I'm not sure what I said. I don't think you can request transcripts anymore. Oh, nice. Well, the other thing you run into right now with monitors and stuff is there's not a lot that can utilize it too much yet. Well, they are getting better, closer. Yeah, I'm surprised. What's crazy is like if you really look at what potentially I said and what you were saying, I'm just like one, neither one was against anything, but yours would definitely be more aggressive than anything I'd said. So I'm perplexed. I mean, I even got messages after games from like the one of the guys. Yeah, the one game where I think we had the ABBA. Is that what the one was? Yeah, when you're talking to them, one of the people afterwards messaged me and then blocked me immediately. Though and told me to go fuck myself. And they're like, I know you're talking with him. And I was like, okay. Yeah. Uh, there was a guy, truly something. I forget what he was. I think he was. Who do we have in that? Maybe Zool? I think you might have been the Zool. Yeah, that game. Yeah, somebody else in that game messaged me. Maybe it might have been him. Well, we won too. Like, yeah, I don't re understand the reporting system. I don't think you can request the logs anymore. It never worked anyway. I can never get to work to request the chat logs. I can say this. Oh, which theory is that? My chat was off for a large portion of the time we played, up until today, I think. What? Uh, yep. Yeah, no, I've mentioned that too. They don't care, obviously. I've had one person review it, and that person actually went in and overturned it. Oh yeah, it's an automated system. Yeah, and if you've been struck before, it automatically assumes your account's terrible or whatever, and it actually says in the TOS it'll continuously just strike you. I read through that. That's been added there that they will if they will put it in. So they've definitely updated the TOS. Yeah, I went to go peel the one that got hit on my main account, and they're like, "Oh, that's that." So I was like, "Well, no, tell me more." Yeah, that's how well, when I got my thing back, the automated system says we've taken action against your Overwatch account. I was like, Overwatch? I was like, I don't even have an Overwatch account that's being reported or anything. So what the fuck? Well, here's my thing with the swear words. You have a filter so that you would have to turn that filter off. And what's considered vulgar to me may not be vulgar to somebody else. Like, I don't think the word fuck's vulgar. But again, if you have a chat filter and somebody's deciding to turn off your chat filter so they can see their swear words, I think that's on them. Or you have a very poor chat filter. Yeah, I think Blizzard shoots themselves in the foot more than they help themselves with that. Well, who wants to? Like, well, the other thing is like, I was actually enjoying it because that account was a, uh, I was like, sweet, this account's about gold because I'm pretty close to gold on it after getting all the way from bronze, and it's like, bam, you're hit, and I'm like, oh, okay, for fucking what? Well, even because the first offense is silence, and if it's a chatting issue, you'd think they'd put it in there. But again, they tell you not to chat or anything, but we know that if you don't say anything, yeah, the other day when you saw that account got banned, that account level was like 4,000 and something and had like everything. And it got banned for I still don't know why, and you can't request it anymore. They won't do anything. Yeah, and once you get account banned, they're just like whatever. Yeah, as soon as they see the account, they're like, well, fuck yourself. We don't care. You're like, okay. Well, like I said, then I put in a thing, and they don't. The biggest thing is you can't type in game. You literally just because it's so vague. It's anybody that says they don't like it, and then they got a clause in there like, well, if you're just reporting to get people in trouble, then that'll go against you too. It was like, well, which is it? Can I report somebody for talking? Because there's nothing that says that can't be against US. Yeah, on that one, I could see them saying no, you wouldn't do that. Yeah, I just don't. Now, once I hit it, that's it. I've only had one appealed, and yeah, same. Well, maybe I can't. I don't know. Because like I said, the last email I got back for trying to respond says we've hit your Overwatch account. I'm like, I don't even haven't played Overwatch in like a decade. So how are you saying? I was like, this clearly your automated system doesn't work. It's saying that you're hitting another one of my accounts. So I don't understand how that works. Clearly your system's flawed if you're telling me my Overwatch account, which hasn't been logged into like a decade, is being hit with something. So obviously your system's not good. Yep. It literally says it's hot's banned on that account. Everything else is fine. Which I don't get it, to be real with you. Like their system's so stupid. I mean, I'd rather somebody call me every name in the book. At least then I can mute as long as they're playing. But yeah. And like I said, I was just looking on here to see if because you used to be able to try to request the chat logs and get them download them, but yeah. Well, the biggest thing for me is like when they say vulgar, swear words or anything. Well, you'd have to go in the settings and turn that filter off. So by choice, you are automatically saying I didn't mind that. Well, again, what's considered offensive? Yeah, I mean, technically, if somebody says GG, I can be like, oh, that's offensive. We lost. Like, and I've had that confirmed from Blizzard. Yeah, so you say GG at the end of it. Oh, okay, so you can't say anything in chat? Like, what's the fucking point in having it then? This is bonkers to me. I logged in and I was like, what? Yep. Yeah, because it's all based on feelings. So that's it. Like, I don't feel this is good. Okay. Well, that's great. Like, I don't. That's why every time they come up with like, how do you think the reporting system is? It's always like it's terrible. Like nobody gives a shit if somebody types out to you and calls you all kinds of stuff for the most part. It's annoying, sure, but I'd rather, have that than the person like standing in the base. But yet you'll see those people stay all the time. Oh, dude, you can see like it looks like the general chat looks reminds me of like a PlayStation 2 or Xbox lobby. Like that's what it reminds me of, a 2000 and like circa 2006-ish like lobby for PlayStation 2 or Xbox, which is fine with me. And then you're like, that's all fine. But as soon as you get in a game with anybody and start playing, they're like, oh, look, yeah, you ruined their fun. Well, here's the problem. So you didn't go against TOS. Because TOS specifically says if you destroy their in-game entertainment. Yeah, you can't give advice. You can be like, that was. Well, here's the other thing, too, which is why I want to, kind of question it. Because was listening to, obviously, they got a lot of voice lines and characters talk to people different and whatnot. Well, Jaina straight up calls other people dumb. So I'm like, so is that okay? Like, you have an NPC in a game, a playable character here. and that person says calling is calling other people dumb. Like, how's that acceptable? Yeah, no, Janet actually says it. I can go through. Yep, because I was surprised when I heard it. Because when she said it, she goes, well, she said something like that was dumb or you're dumb, and I was like, whoa, you can say that? That's in the game? Blizzard's really falling from grace. Well, yeah, if she's allowed to say it, why would you, how's it against TOS if you've got a character that goes in here and promotes it? That's a voice line for one of your characters. I don't disagree. I think it's asinine on a lot of other stuff. Well, I can't imagine like the MOBA community overall, I'm gonna say is fucking trash. But like you accept that and it is what it is, but you'd all like all the trash should be treated the same as trash. If we're all trash, treat us like all trash. Yeah, I don't know how you could say anything. Of course, it's competitive. Like you expect it. There are very few things where like your opposition you're always happy for. We're not all like, comedians and Joe Rogan here and trying to promote everybody. That's not how this works in a lot of these. And like I get people get mad. I mean, I get upset. I understand. But I really can't think of anything I said. Well, they're all right too. And if they fail, it's not they didn't fail. It's because something else made them fail. So if the game wasn't so hard or if they didn't have to think so much, then they would have clearly solved the problem. But again, looking at Blizzard's TOS, when it says you can't report others or you're basically self-reporting if you're trying to get them in trouble. But again, what's against TOS? If everything's okay, if anything can be held against you. See, that's probably griefing. Yeah, that'd probably consider griefing. I can't believe it though. Sit here, I woke up, brother, chit chat with me, and I just saw an email. I was like, "What's this notification for?" And it was like, "Account suspended until like June." I'm like, I wonder if that would be considered. I would see it potentially that way, but Blizzard wouldn't. They'd probably actually like suspend your account for failing to grief correctly. I just can't believe it. Like I literally did nothing on this account. Yeah, I was a good little boy. The only thing I said is, Junkrats didn't want me around because he kept knocking out my stuff. Obviously, yeah. I mean, usually I might engage with it, but I clearly wasn't, especially today. I got called all kinds of shit, and I was like, man, okay, well, see you next game, I guess. I mean, I didn't see a point to talking to him. You did more chatting to them than I did, and my account got hit. It is interesting that they've removed that transcript thing. And that was just there like last week. Just time. That's the only thing. And if you got time to grief people, you got time to make a new account to grief people. Yeah, I'm not sure why they don't IP track it. You know what I mean? Like, if you got a repeat offenders, you would just think they would, monitor their IP. Yeah, I mean, I do too. I got a few extra, but it's still annoying as shit. And if I thought about my main account, because I thought it'd been a long time since I've been on it, that I wouldn't even have played it, because they fall off. Which is ironic on this one, because I'm looking and I only have two other penalties supposedly in this account from like last year. And somehow it's already a 30-day suspension. I'm like, well, timeout. Shouldn't there be like, shouldn't it like reset these? I just think it's annoying as shit. I don't understand how they can have such a poor AI system in place and still utilize it. And you can tell when exactly when they switched from having GMs look over things to when the AI took over. Let's see. You get a 3-day silence, 3-day ban, a 1 week ban. I was thinking you got four. I think you get silenced the first time, and then I thought there was a 72-hour ban on the account. It might be a week, and then 2 weeks, and then a month, and then yeah, yeah. I was thinking it was. I'd have to go back and look, but I'm pretty sure you got like basically four. One silence, three suspensions, and then the next time they were like, you don't have a count. That is also weird that the fact that they don't reset them. But again, the other thing is too, it'd be different if it was a non-flawed system. But you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. Because if you chat with anybody, that can be held against you. If you don't chat with anybody, that also can be held against you. Oh, you can't even tell somebody to use the reporting system. Yeah, even if you tell somebody technically in game to report somebody. That was the one I got overturned. Is I actually had a GM look at it on my account and goes, "Yeah, you didn't," because I said just ignore them and report them and move on. And I got reported for that, telling them to report the person for being toxic and just moving on and play the game. That got me reported and my account hit over the guy who's saying all the other stuff. And it's like, what the fuck's this point? And as soon as I went away into the AI system, it just everybody got hit all the time. So the big thing is it's a poor fucking AI system. It's not like, I mean, I know everybody thinks that AI is amazing, but AI is pretty fucking shitty. I'll give you a good hint. People coded that shit, so it's going to be made in their image, which pretty shitty for half the world, I would say. With believing in yin and yang and whatnot, you'd have to assume that 50% of people on the planet are just kind of shitty or some version of it, because there'd have to be a better version elsewhere. If you think your actions violate your code of conduct, reconsider them. Well, if you don't, then what the fuck are you supposed to do? And it's so vague. So vague. You may not use language that could be offensive or vulgar to others. Well, what's considered that? Yeah, the whole that all irks me too. Words are words, and I've definitely had. I mean, Jesus, one of the guys I played EverQuest for years would refer to himself as an Oreo and a Niglet. Well, when he was younger, he referred to his cousins as Niglets, which is super racist and a slur. But that was, okay for him to potentially do it. Well, I mean, it's a word, who cares? Yeah, because most people don't care. First off, I want to sing Wu-Tang Clan, damn it, without censorship. Second of all, personally, it is just the F word. It means the same thing as an F word to me. Some people take offense to it as much as that word as that word. Some people don't give a shit because it really doesn't matter because it's all about the context and who's saying it to you. See, my friend Andy there would say, "Oh, you got an Oreo," because he was an Oreo. And ironically enough, I remember him laughing telling a story because his mom just got done beating cancer, and he was over hanging out with her, because he went and visited her all the time, pretty regularly, and he had Oreos, and his mom went and stole some. He's like, "Man, get your own Oreos." She's like, "I already had one," and he was like, "God damn!" Like, it's funny because his mom's white and his dad was black. So he's like, "Fuck, mom." I laughed so hard though. I'm like, we're Germish, Irish, and some Indian. So, I mean, we're potentially my grandpa would never admit it or wouldn't didn't want to look into it, but we're pretty sure we have land in Oklahoma. We're supposed to be gifted for the Blackfoot tribe. So like, yeah, ours is mostly Irish. The only caveat is because of the last name and when the time period when we moved over is it we might have some. There's likely German as well, but it doesn't mean we weren't German Irish at some point. One of our family members traced us all the way back to an Irish king, so we definitely know we got a lot of Irish in them. Yeah, my grandma Hart, little grandma Hart was at least 50%, and we suspected she was probably 100%, but she never went and nobody ever followed up with it. And we always thought my grandpa was joking. We said, part of the Blackfoot tribe. And then years later, when we started looking up after he passed and everything, we're like, that fucking tribe exists, and we saw those deeds. Yeah. Well, the other thing is too, and it's gonna sound sexist, but that's only because people like to divide things that to make it that way is most males don't give a shit. I mean, that's the truth of the matter. Yeah, so you're not avoiding it. I know. Beta, you got beta males, and then you got all these females coming in, and like, I can't believe, and I'm like, that's the biggest thing that irks me when somebody's talking like, how can you talk like that? It's like, dude, you like, I don't think you understand how we talk to like our best friends. Like I remember like as even younger, because my best friend was always heavier set. Granted, he's built like a shit brick house now, a little extra weight, but it's one of those things to be like, man, you fat fuck, lose some weight, like which you couldn't do anything now. We were like, God damn, fat ass, you're gonna die. Well, I think that's what they would call it as negative encouragement these days, but in reality, I think it's just being brutally honest, and it's looked at as negative because it's one of those things like you want to take it negative, but the truth hurts. That's true. Negative does not need bad. Yeah, I don't like fat people personally. Well, I can't say that I don't like fat people. I just like fat people who say there's a reason they're fat outside the fact that they like to eat. Because that's why I hate the whole Ozempic push and everything now with all the date things. I'm like, dude, just have fucking sleep for dinner like I did growing up a few times. You'll just start to lose some weight. Yeah, you just eat less. I mean, my best friend obviously he actually certified to be a physical therapist, trainer, and all that stuff too. But like his dad and his brother got into it because they're a little over. They're not like huge. They were never like big. There was extra. Obviously, they were a little overweight, and like his brother was pretty bad about it for a while there because he just liked to eat some stuff. And he was asking about dietary advice, and he was like, "So you sit down and eat a whole box of Rolos or like ho-hos." He's like, instead of eating the whole box of ho-hos, why don't you eat all but one of the ho-hos? Like, You just slowly start to take yourself off of it. Yeah, I've been lucky. I have a pretty good metabolism, but I also intermediate fast. I usually only eat like once a day. Like, there's simple ways around it. Well, that and that's the same thing that you see like a lot of athletes, especially like football players, uh, who once you've been so set into that, they're just used to it, and then you're not doing anything. Yeah, and then it starts to catch up with you because you're no longer as active as you were when you were in active duty, and then the next thing you know, you're like, huh, I guess I'm not getting rid of these extra 12 cans of Mountain Dew today. I guess they are starting to add up. Yeah, and it's one of those things you know how to fix it easily without actually even putting in more work. You're just like, I really like sweet stuff, so fuck it. Like, that's a compromise you're willing to make, and that's fine. It's just the people who are like, I can't lose weight. I'm like, stop opening your mouth and putting shit in it. I've never met a like a fat Ethiopian in my life. That's pretty good. Yeah, doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter what you eat. You can eat 2,000 calories in donuts or 2,000 calories in meat. And as long as you're using more than you're putting in, it'll go down. Yeah. Like, I just naturally do like intermittent fasting. That's how I've always been, so I've been lucky with that. But I like food. That's the thing that irks me the most. And my mom's had the conversation because she knows it's true too. I was like, I will fucking eat until forever. If they gave me as much food as possible, I would probably eat till I was like 900 pounds if I they let me. But at the same time, I know I'm never gonna get the fat because I'd be miserable. See, at least you got that. Yeah, my friend kind of slowed down recently, last few years, because he was like he'd go to the gym every day for like, well, he'd be a physical trainer and work out all day for like 10 hours, and then he would still do like a 3 hour workout every day. And I'm like, that is too much. Yeah, so you just yeah, I don't miss all. I can't say I don't miss it. Some of the factory work is nice because it is just monotonous, like mowing your lawn kind of thing. But yeah, but you should be blaming other things for the fact you have extra weight then. Not the fact that it's your fault. That's not the American way anymore. Oh, nice. I'm sure it is. Yep, that's how it happens. That's why people irritate me. Like I said, I'm a foodie. I love to eat. I love fucking food. Food's amazing. Yeah, that's part of it. Like I'm not hey, 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 hey. I'm not like I'm not overweight by any means at all. I'm probably actually a little under. Probably not. Probably for my height I'm pretty close, but My back's fuckered. Oh, I messed that up. Part of that was actually, ironically enough, is driving. Driving did that to my back. Because I used to drive. Let's see, when did I get as an example? I think I put roughly 20,000 miles in a year in my car and driving. Oh, that sounds terrible. Yep, that'll do it. See, I've got a. See, I was blessed when I was born. Um, my chiropractor was the one that finally noticed, and I figured out at 18 because I'd have I couldn't sit in a chair without having just immense amount of like my whole lower body, and my chiropractor informed me that my second to last vertebrae naturally tilts forward and inward, so I have to go in periodically and have my back adjusted, and it takes usually, if depending on how long I let it go, because also now I have a little bit of scoliosis, but you can kind of correct that. Uh, but yeah, my second to last vertebrae naturally tilts forward, so over time it just pinches off the nerves in my lower body. So then I'll just have like pain. Yeah, I do too. My brother needs one worse, but he has CP. So, and ironically enough, he has CP, and he's considered physically able fully, and I'm like, all right. And he made jokes about it all the time. He's like, I'm a fucking cripple, but according to the government and everything, I'm fine. Meanwhile, somebody's like, my back hurts, and they're good to go and get full benefits. He's over here's like, man, I'm looking to like be in a wheelchair here soon, or I should already be in one, and yet I'm fine. Oh, that's a sweet disease. That's interesting. I mean, it's not, or it is from a scientific perspective. It's crazy how bodies work like that. Because there was, that's cool. Just handfuls of salt like a deer. A little bit. It can. Well, if you're eating that amount of salt, depending on how much you have. Yeah, I remember there was a guy I used to game with regularly, D&D and all kinds of tabletop games. The guy was, well, he just is, he had this mantra that God didn't want him and Satan doesn't want him either, because he should have died multiple times in his life. The dude he was a ranger in the military, and him and his battle buddy, aka best friend, one of the jumps they did, they both jumped out a low jump, and neither one of their parachutes deployed. So he fell like 2,000 feet or whatever, straight to the ground. And his friend also did the same thing, but he didn't hit the ground. He landed on a tank that they'd lost. So he found the tank with his body that he landed on. Both of them walked away from it. Uh, his best friend broke his leg in 5 places, like a week later, doing a crab crawl when they were playing a drinking game, and he slipped in the shower and like broke his back in like 7 places. But he had a condition where uh, he went in to go check because he had a like a just a cyst, a benign cyst on his head, a lump on his head. He went to go get it checked out, see what they need to do. He's like, well, you can have a free divot, or you can have an expensive divot or this lump. And also, by the way, you can't stop drinking Mountain Dew because his body, he had a condition where he could either take a medication because his body treated uh, caffeine different. So caffeine was a downer for him and slowed his heart rate down. And he had a condition where he naturally had a more expedient heart rate, so he had to drink Mountain Dew or take a medication. Yeah. Yeah, and he had a medical condition where his body, yeah, he needed it. It was crazy. And he basically self-medicated the entire time until the doctor goes, "Hang on." Because he was actually, well, he loves Mountain Dew. He would probably never get up. I couldn't imagine him giving up Mountain Dew or smoking. But then he literally had a doctor's note that says he has to have Mountain Dew. He has to have that caffeine or he could die. I forget exactly what it was too. I'm trying to think because it was a weird heart condition. Yep. Yeah, I saw that actually. Not because he got pulled over for being drunk, and it's just his body naturally gets him shit faced, and it's at random times too. Like he could just be sitting there, and all of a sudden it'd be like, "Oh, look, I'm drunk," which would be fucking nuts. I couldn't imagine that. I've done a lot of things in my time, and I couldn't imagine just being like, "Why is my body doing this? This feels like I'm drunk, or this feels like an acid trip or something," and then be like, "Oh, it's my body doing this to me." Shit. Thanks for the heads up, body. Although all those drugs are now Scheduled 1 now. There's Schedule 3 instead of Schedule 1. Schedule 3. Yeah, they got moved down to Schedule 3. That's what it was. From Schedule 1. About as much medication as you can get. You can get a pill for everything these days. It's my favorite thing about anytime I see drug commercials, which is pretty often in the United States. Yeah, my extent. See, I did mine in the reverse order, the wrong order, because I did. I had shrooms before I even smoked a cigarette in my life. I didn't actually even start smoking weed until closer to over 2027. Oh yeah, yeah, it'll work. And the reason it works is because the way PTSD works. It's because, with PTSD, you get to the moment and then you switch off. But with that kind of stuff is you're forced to relive it. So that could be good or bad. You'll experience it, but I think the biggest problem outside of whatever you're about to tell me, would be you've got to have somebody that at least know what's going on. They're very helpful. A shaman's very helpful. Oh, you got too high. That's some Joey Diaz stuff right there. I could see that. I think the once you're in the trip and you've basically accepted the fact that it's happening, a lot of that will go away. Well, the other thing is too is with a lot of the well, because like weed nowadays is so strong. There's a comedian Dusty Slay that was talking about it. I listened to a little clip of his not too long ago, and he was talking about like I've had acid weaker than the marijuana now, and I'm like, yes, that's true. Oh, like that. That's one of the first things in a shroom trip or psilocybin trip in general that messes with people is you realize that how little you matter in the grand scheme of things. And then the first things that go out of your mind that matter once you start on that trail is the concept of time. You're like, that's pointless. This man-made. This is stupid. And then the concept of money immediately goes as well, because you'll look at it and be like, this is fucking worthless. But I mean, I could see having eggs, especially with like, well, I mean, you're making your own, but marijuana and stuff is so high concentrated anymore. I remember like Lemon G was like the go-to because it was a good time. It's a good afternoon. And now I gotta be like, what is this? It's a hybrid of what? How much? Well, I think the other thing, if you've used for a long while too, is like, yeah, yeah. See, edibles are weird for me. They don't usually do a ton to me. Like they don't put me. The ones that are supposed to put you to sleep don't put me to sleep. I always tell my mom the same thing when she gives me. Occasionally, she'll give me one. She's like, "How is it?" I'm like, "I just feel all right," but then I'm like, "Oh, I only feel all right because my body's in so much pain. I just feel good." Like that's how much pain I'm in that once you give it to me, I just feel all right, which is amazing. But yeah, yeah. It depends on my mood with a lot of that stuff, but uh, a lot of times, depending on which one it is, like I'll get in my own head. So depending on what I usually what I do, I do the same, but I'm always kind of I usually when I do starts when I take my first hit of the day or whatever, I always try to make sure I'm planning on doing something or doing something. So like if, I get up and I let the dogs out and all that stuff and I'm just got things around the house, I'll always make sure that like if I'm like I'm gonna clean the kitchen today, that I will start cleaning the kitchen while I get it. So that way I can use the momentum from like that. And it also helps with like, keeping my mind preoccupied. because it's doing something different. But I always try to do something with my weed if I'm getting high, because I know that I'll be locked in. Yeah, no, I never. My mind's always got something. Yeah, lucky for me, I'm pretty good at like not having dreams so much anymore. Although my problem is when I do have dreams and I remember them, they're usually something bad happens or some kind of event in real life's happening. And my brother's the same way because we were talking about it not too long ago. Because we were talking because our youngest half brother, he ended up going to jail when he was younger. But we were talking about it because he was mentioning something about, he's like, I knew something was gonna happen because I had a weird dream. And I was like, ironically enough, I actually remembered one of my dreams, and I told him it like because I didn't know at the time what was going on, but I was like, I had a dream that was like a car wreck or something. There's people dead our family's dead in the front yard and all this other stuff. Which, come to find out, when all his shit went to down, a lot of other stuff came out with the rest of the family, and we're like, that kind of makes sense now. Yeah, I remember the dumbest shit too. Like I'll still replay stories from like when I was fucking 5 years old. It annoys the shit out of me. My brother suggested for me that since I don't have them terribly often, but when I do, they're pretty out there. He said I should just start writing them down. Like as soon as I wake up, just write down what you can remember and go from there. Yeah, 'cause he has some weird fucking dreams. Crazy weird dreams. And usually when I hear, he'll say something like I've had a dream or whatever, and I'm like, great, something's probably gonna happen. It's usually right. But ironically enough, like it's kind of surprising how you do dream with being a I wouldn't say you're not a heavy, but you're chronic weed smoker. Oh, so you're like Silver Surfer for bugs. But I wasn't sober, and I lived under a rock in the ocean. Yeah, I bet you'd have some off the wall Jane dreams if you stopped partaking in the green. Oh, AIM. Man, that's been a minute. Yeah, I've actually used Holy Dark One since I can remember myself. And the premises was, everything can look clean and nice on the outside doesn't mean there's not dark intentions. And every bit of good always has a little bit of evil behind it. It's impossible not to have it. It goes against the universal code. I get that to a degree. Yeah. Yeah, but motto's always been you can't have nothing's pure. So, and some things that can look great on the outside doesn't always mean it. It might also have something to do with, childhood or something, I'm sure. Like everything looks good on the outside, but it's definitely not as good as it seems to be, but nope. It's implausible. It is impossible. And ironically, I think the universe decided that all my animals have to be that way too. I picked out, let's see, I have my cat still and three dogs. I've picked out one of the dogs, and that's it. My cat's black and white, and she has orange in it, so she does. But she's the only one that has other colors in it. My male dog, my oldest, was an X, and I wasn't gonna let her have it because that was hey, because that's my boy. See, I don't hate cats, but I've never been a huge cat fan. No, we're not barking. Yeah, we've had cats all throughout for the most part. There's always been one around, and I wouldn't have got one, or I wouldn't even have the one I have now. Would you guys stop? Lord, no, we are not barking. No, we're not talking to me. Uh, but I wanted an animal, and while I was in college, because I didn't have a dog, and I had a dog, cats growing up, and then I didn't have anything, so it was one of those things like I just missed having that. And she just I got lucky with her because she acts like a dog. So like she's old now though. She is 18 years old now. Yeah, I had a German Shepherd Husky growing up, and she lived 12. Nice. Yeah, mine are all miniature Aussie Doodles. Well, I should say just Aussie Doodles, because not all of them inherit the small gene. Yeah, because I got an ex got with me, and we got a dog, and then she was a terrible, shitty person. So, and I wasn't gonna leave my dog or the dog with her. I was like, he deserves a better life. But he's my boy. He's a miniature Aussie Doodle. He's only like 15 pounds, but that's my boy. And then I have two of his daughters. And I picked out one, and she happens to be black and white. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, they're all different sizes. Like my mom kept one of the boys from the first litter, which he's the only one that kept his brown color too, because the rest did not. Which ironically, the one that the other daughter I have, she was brown when I got her. She is now fully white. I was like, God, well, so much for having something that wasn't black or white. She's so pretty. They're pretty though. But yeah, he's the only one that kept his brown color. We had three that was brown. I named the one that she kept her name when we sold when she got a new home. We didn't sell her. We didn't sell the first litter. And I called her Maybelline because she looked like she fell into a talcum powder like little thing. So it just looked like she had this like blonde across her face. Yeah, she's completely white now too. I'm like, well, But the one my mom kept, he's the only one that's truly a mini poodle. He got his dad's miniature because his dad was supposed to be that size. Yeah, I figured it was just the universe telling me. Yeah, you have to have the right one because yeah, it's really not. Like he's really good, but also I put unfortunately, I'm not saying that I haven't put as much time. Well, I haven't put as much time in his daughters, but I got blessed with him. He was really easy to train, and he's not like super territorial, but he'd definitely let you know that if you're coming close to his area, you should not. The other thing is too is when you with dogs is you always want to get the opposite sex of dog that you are as a person. Typically speaking, they'll always gravitate towards it. Same with cats, they'll do the same thing. Like male cats will prefer female owners and vice versa. But it's the same with dogs. Yeah, you're probably going to pay attention to it now. It's not always the case, but it typically is that they'll lean towards one owner versus the other. Yeah. Like I said, there's we have one that's that way. We the pups we gave out of the first litter. She is definitely her mom's girl. Which, ironically enough, that she changed her behavior recently, and because my mom knows her, they've been friends forever. And basically, I need a human. My human's gone, but you're a good enough human. But her the see, it would be yeah, Cookie. That'd be the first litter, yeah. She started acting different and wouldn't let anybody near her or whatever. And then come to find out she has stage 4 lung cancer, and that's why the dog had changed her personality and everything. Like, don't let anybody know. They do. Yeah, 'cause my mom, she'd been talking to her, and she said, you know, Candy's been kind of, or Cookie's not letting anybody near and be more protective than normal. And then she goes to the doctor, and then come to find out that's what's going on. I'm like, well, I was like, you have the right breeds of dogs that would actually be able to find it too. I was like, well, because they can smell cancer. I mean, shit, they lick each other's assholes and piss to see what the vitamin and neutrals their pups and stuff need. So I'd assume they can smell stuff. If they can taste what's missing and smell what's missing. Yeah, I always pay attention when the dogs and stuff start acting up. Or my cat even. Yeah, the only thing that really our scent actually outperforms like every other species and when it comes to water. The smell of rain. That's about it. When it comes to rain, there is no other species on Earth that can is better at finding it or smelling it. Yeah, we can actually smell rain farther and better than sharks can smell blood in the water. Yeah, well, yeah, it does because you know our livelihood depend on it. They say they figured it's an evolutionary holdover, and not everybody has it either, but a lot of people do. So I always assume if you can't smell it, you're somewhat genetically inferior. But you know, being able to smell whether it's going to rain like now doesn't matter too terribly much. But at the same time, I'm like, yeah, your body goes ahead and alerts you earlier. Is that pressure? Yeah. So did you like get in an accident and break your leg? Out of curiosity, I don't know if I you said how it happened. You just said it's fucked up. Okay, cool. I was like, did he tell me? And I just not read that. I mean, I don't. I guess it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. More curiosity. I mean, you're in the military and you're human, so anything could happen. You can get a car wreck. Somebody could come up and beat you with a baseball bat. Who knows? Nah, that's what I figured. I figured it was something military related. Yeah, that sounds horrible. I've been blessed and haven't had to have any surgery. But my brother took up all the surgery needed for the family, I think. Because I think he had a half dozen surgeries before he was 5. That'll do it. That'll do it. Yeah, I've heard. I got plenty of people, friends that are in service or still active duty. Actually, I think he might be pretty close to. I don't know if he's going to retire from that, but he might be close to his 20 years in. Yeah, there's some pains and things that happen. You're like, man, I remember that. It would probably have to be. It'd have to be pretty painful, I'd assume. I'd assume I'd even feel it. I have a really high threshold for pain, like an incredibly high, apparently. That's actually how I found out I had a really high pain tolerance, more than normal, is because I went in because I was like, my side kind of hurts, doc. I went to urgent care or whatever, and then they did they did some X-rays and stuff because I was saying I had like lower back or whatever, and come to find out I had a almost a 6 millimeter kidney stone that had fallen out down. I think it was like 5.7. It was like zero point 0.3 off of it having to be broke up or whatever. Because when I walked in, I was like, "Yeah, I just feel bad." And then he came back, and the doc was like, "Why? Why aren't you like rolling on the ground or anything right now?" I was like, "I don't. What do you mean?" I was like, "My back hurts a little bit over here." He's like, "You have one of the largest kidney stones I've seen in a while. Most of your people would be laying on the ground." I was like, "Oh, well, I had work today, so I can't be laying around. I can't sell cell phones laying on the ground. I could, but it's not very practical, I guess." And then I passed that fucking. Oh man. Yeah, no. I asked somebody to give birth to three children, and she said she'd rather give birth to a fourth child than have another kidney stone because she's had one before. She said definitely the worst. more pain than having a child. I'm like, oh, this is terrible. Passing is the worst, man. It is the absolute worst. Yep. I I uh I passed it tripping balls, so that was an interesting experience. It's probably the only reason I didn't probably pass out from pain or anything. I've heard some fucking horror stories from it too, so I was not. You want to talk about anxiety? I was pretty anxious in general. Like hearing stories like, ah, yeah, I passed it. You know, I was taking a pee in the bathroom. I woke up on the ground with blood all over the floor and everything. I'm like, nah, pass. Yeah, like once it starts to pass though, it's no fun. Yeah. Yeah, that's when like that's what I because I drove myself. I didn't think anything was really that wrong. I just thought I had like I don't know messed up something. Yeah. And then when they explain how why it's happening and why you're in so much pain, you're like, gosh, it makes so much sense and I hate it. It's like to see what happens is you run your bladder, you pee at full force and it just slams right in that and it can't go anywhere. So then backtracks and you're like, Jesus. You're like, so there's a traffic jam in my urethra. That sounds fucking awesome. What's that? You want me to pass that through this little pee hole here? You said it was a jagged spike thing? Awesome, can't wait. Yeah, and the worst part for mine was it was Trump's first term and he just passed the regulations on opiates because obviously there's an opioid epidemic. So you're only allowed to have like so much and whatever. And I'm like, dude, you guys gave me like 4 days worth and you told me it's gonna be like a couple weeks to pass this. Yeah, I mean, I've been in car wrecks and everything else, and it was not fun. Yeah, they were like, "Hey, you can you can get some over-the-counter nausea medication if you need it." I'm like, at this point, because it started to progress, I'm like, I'll probably have to, otherwise I'm gonna throw up all the time. And I remember because I was at work and my DM at the time was like, everybody's like, "Why don't you go home?" And I was like, "So I can be fucking miserable there?" Like, what's the? I was like, "There's nothing different here than there." Except here, I can actually help my employees and the customers. Yep, that's right. That's all you get. Also, to be fair, though, yeah, you're not. They don't want you addicted to that stuff. I remember the first time I got liquid Dilaudid when I was taken to the hospital. They gave me liquid Dilaudid, which is heroin. It's just medical heroin. That's exactly what it is. And they're like, now you're probably gonna want to you're probably gonna want to pass out and you're gonna go to sleep. I remember when that hit me. I sat there and I went, I'm not sleeping through this shit. I was like, I've not felt this good since I was 18 years old. There's no way I'm gonna sleep through this experience. And then my thought was also followed up by that was, I can see why people suck dick for heroin. Like I got it. I was like, I understand. I was like, this is pretty great. But I was like, I'm not that level. But I was like, I can understand. I mean, I truly say like I've got a rock star personality, so addiction doesn't really work with me. But I was like, this, I could see why people like this. And I mean, you do kind of want to go sleep, but if you can suffer through it, you're like, oh my gosh, my back doesn't hurt. I can flat foot normal, and I'm not turning anything out. This is freaking amazing. Yeah, especially I'm sure you definitely do because I'm sure it's the you don't get quite the same effect, but I mean, I have back pain and stuff like that, and there's times when you first take those first two tokes and you're like, oh my gosh, thank you. Oh, that would be interesting. See, I don't know if I could never take Ambien. I'm so skeptical about big pharma. I don't like big pharma. Never. I'm not one of those people. I don't really take anything. I assume if my body can't do it, then I'm probably fucked. Yeah, I was gonna say you're probably not taking it still now. I mean, personally, if I was still on it with all the horror stories stuff coming out, I'd be like, I don't know. So yeah, I'm lucky so far. Pharmaceutical cocktail. These are not only a thing like I like to make fun of commercials for, mostly because every time they come on, it's like, what do I have? Oh, I've got this slight headache problem that comes around every again. What's the side effects of this? Oh, death. All right. Well, that's not that often. Paralysis, genitalia falling off. Huh. What did I originally have? Because these side effects seem a lot worse than the original disease. Yeah, there's a lot of them. Like some of the medications, like the side effects or cause of the symptoms. And you're like, wait, I thought that's what I was trying to fix. Yeah, I'm surprised my mom's on something for migraines because she gets optical migraines and the regular migraines too. But all she does is if she catches her lunch, she can take like ibuprofen and kind of waylay it a little bit. That's probably an optical one, I would assume. That's what usually happens. Your vision gets blurry, or my understanding, I can't say 100%. My mom experienced them, and my brother occasionally. And then like one side will have like blurry vision or like a spot, squiggles in the line or whatever. Yeah, yeah, that's what yeah, she's explaining it kind of that way. Kind of like squiggly, blurred vision, and usually one eye or partial of the one eye, which then causes, you lose your depth perception and everything else, which causes other issues. But yeah, she's the same way. If she can catch it when you're starting to do that, and she can take some ibuprofen, she can usually get around it or offset it. Yeah, the worst is when she's got them throughout my whole life is in the car. That's like the worst. Yep, that's exactly what she basically does. If she can catch it, she can take some ibuprofen and lay down and kind of either sleep it off or at least negate it enough to she can lay there and do whatever. I mean, the worst part is when you have those is you don't like light, and conveniently most things produce light that are interesting. Oh, that explains how you ended up in my stream. I just have insomnia. I mean, it's who doesn't have insomnia anymore? Yeah. I just treat it as that's how I normally am. Because I'll go through spurts where it's just like, oh, well, I guess I stay up for 24 hours or so, or 36. And then there's times you're like, guess I'm sleeping for 12 today. That doesn't happen too terribly often, but the staying awake definitely does. There's been more times than not. I blame partial work schedule for almost a decade that caused a lot of that. Decade in retail and running stores and have to be there balls early. And when you get out of your location and get home at like 10:30, 11 o'clock at night and have to turn around and leave your house at like 3 in the morning, it's sometimes not even worth laying down. So I think at that in college, I think caused it. I slept normal before then, but I think the lack of sleep schedule and always cutting into sleep and whatnot, on top of the fact I'd never really been a huge sleeper anyway, just kind of like kills it. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, I have a window that if I go to sleep between like 7 and sometimes up to 11, if I fall out, if I get the notion to sleep and do it, I'll be okay. If not, then that window's gone. Yeah, I have to wait till I basically am extremely exhausted. Like I just because if even if I start to put something on like that, yeah. Yeah, I see that. It didn't take long. It's nice to find somebody that has a level head every once in a while. It's very true. It's in our nature. Very few of us don't want any human contact at all. I mean, some want less, but there's very few that don't want none at all. Yeah, at this point in time, I've worked really hard to have the peace in my life, and more often than not, unfortunately, people have done more to destroy that peace than add to it. Yeah, well, technically, everybody's on the internet's not real. So everybody's real and not real at the same time, so it doesn't really matter. I mean, you could get in drama online with people, but then you're like, wait, they're not even really real, so who cares? I will never see this person in real life, so what's it matter? Yeah, it's pretty much. They're you treat them like NPCs. They exist and they have their own dialogue and stuff. They just happen to be more unique than most games. Everybody's got their own personality. But unfortunately enough, with the other generations, everything on the internet's real now. So yeah, some NPCs definitely got a much better RNG when they started. I didn't get blessed with. I got blessed with the RNG. I started in America, but the rest seemed to be. It looks like I took on some negative traits to get that positive one, at least family wise and whatnot. And then there's some people you're like, how? What? Yes. But the grass is not always greener. Sometimes the grass is the same grass. Just they put a pinwheel in front of in the yard there, spin around, make it look better. That's what I told one of my friends, one of his stepchildren. One day I was like, she said something. I was like, hey, remember we're all fucked up. There's no reason to go get it diagnosed. Just know that we're all fucked up. Everybody's fucked up. If in fact if you meet somebody that's not fucked up, that's fucked up. And the last person that anybody actually knows that was perfect, they nailed a couple boards. So perfection is not a real thing you want to have anyway. Close to it, but not quite. Yeah, your childhood wasn't too terribly. Mine was a little different. Probably a little. Uh, Probably the same amount of violence, unfortunately, if not worse. A lot of drug use. My mom was, I love her, but she definitely had a drug problem when I was younger. Well, clearly, she's admitted that now, but that's part of the reason we haven't even really talked to my youngest brother, me and my one brother that I was talking to earlier, is because we had a family thing happen a couple years back after my grandfather passed, like literally a year after he passed, by his wife, which I don't even call her like my grandmother anymore. I don't even refer to her as that. She decided that she was going to, after he passed, sell all the inheritance and everything of all the stuff we were supposed to inherit that we'd been working on with her for the last 30 years without getting paid or anything. So the thing that we were promised their entire lives literally was just gone. So we were like, well, fuck you. Which is crazy because I have a huge family, but it's not really that closely knit or that big at the same time. We were just talking about that last night, me and my brother with my mom. We have tons of cousins and stuff, but in reality, we really don't. I mean, shit, my grandfather had 55 fucking brothers, and I think he met 10 of them or 12. But like, we barely know his, full brother's family that well, and they have all kinds of other their own issues. But again, we're all fucked up. Yeah, I came home when I was 17 and my mom was in jail. That was the kind of the tipping point for changing my childhood or where I was living at. Yeah, yeah, so this is how fucked up our family was. And this is the grandmother we don't associate with anymore. See, when we were little, anything like that would have come up, we were told to basically lie, not say anything to CPS or anything like that. And then, how bad it would be, and then we'd be thrown in foster. We were basically gaslit, and you have to be here, you'll ruin other people's lives. That's what that was the mentality we were always had. And she perpetrated that quite often, which, looking back and everything, we after what all she did, we figured it out. But we have an inclination that my grandfather figured out some shit before he passed, which might have actually caused some of the shit that she did too. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, my mom, I can say at least this, like we didn't have a great childhood, but I can't say I was never not in physical danger or life-ending danger, but for the most part, I didn't have to worry about some of the other stuff, I guess. It could have been worse. Yeah, that's what me and my brother talk about a lot because statistically speaking, we should have been dead, drug addicts or in jail. And the only one that ended up doing that was the one that didn't have as bad as a childhood. So he was given more opportunities or chances and helped more than the rest of we were ever helped, and he ended up we're like, dude, the fuck. And then ironically enough, he's kind of the one that got favored too because of it all. Like, it blows my mind. No, well, a lot of it came down. We think what had actually happened is he ended up getting in with a gang for whatever reason, basically. And then we figured he couldn't find a way out, and that's how it all happened. Because he took a gun to school because he was planning on killing himself, so quote unquote. No, you gotta. It's kind of like the teach a person to fish kind of thing. Like I can teach you to fish, but you're not always going to get a fish every day. So you're gonna have to figure out what happens when you don't have that fish. It's not that you don't have the tools to get it. It's just that sometimes the tools don't always work the way you want them to, and you shouldn't go out and look for new tools or try to get somebody else to do it for you. But I think, that's part of the reason I'm so kind of peaceful as a person is because I've seen a lot of shit, so it takes a while to get to a very peaceful place. And then once you have it, if anybody tries to destroy it, they might as well, they're basically an enemy. Like, you have no idea how long it took me to get to here. Fuck off. I know what song you're talking about, but I can't think of it off the top of my head. I Sturgill Simpson, turtles all the way. That's kind of how I look at life anymore. That might be the song you're quoting. Oh, no, you're talking about Everlast. And let's see, there's only two songs I really like by them too. Yeah, that's Everlast. Yep. What It's Like. That's the song. Yep. There's What It's Like, there's another song I like by him, and the one my friend doesn't like that I like. White Trash Beautiful's the other one that I like. But there's another one. What it's like, and I can't think of the other song that's really popular. Yeah, that was a different era for him because that album was different from the rest because I don't like any of their other stuff. I'm gonna have to look up the. I'm sure you've heard the other one too. I'm positive of it. Oh, I forgot they did jump around. So Ends, that's the other song. Ends is the other song. I'm sure you do. I've seen a yeah, what it's like in Ends, and that's just a song about doing whatever it takes to get to make ends meet, and how people will go well over what they normally would just to do that. God, I was listening to. I'm a music person. I listen to all those for sure. That's all on my playlist right now. I still look for new music to this day, even though I'm not supposed to, because I'm not supposed to. You're supposed to. Your taste is supposed to die at like 30. Let's see. Back then, it'd been like Metallica as well. The Blitz. That'd have been it. I've heard of them. That I can say, but I don't think I've listened to any of their stuff. I'll have to check it out. Yeah, lately I've been on like a electric pop kick. I'm rock metal at heart though. Mastodon and Gojira are probably my same top two bands. I've never been disappointed with a Mastodon nor Gojira album ever. See, I like Metallica, but they don't make my favorite. They're up there, but they're not my favorite. I just listed my favorites, at least two of them. But I like both. I like Mastodon because every album's different. I enjoy that with music artists. Everyone they try to make a different genre of metal. Inner Sandman is good. I think I prefer Disposable Heroes though, or Unforgiven 3 is really good. Ramstein. I love Ramstein too. Ramstein's got some good music videos. That I will say that as well, for sure. It'd be fun to watch live. Well, they're getting up there in years, but they'd still be fun to watch live. Ah, no, I think I changed that. Hang on. Do 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 do. Oh, that's not terribly long. Where, oh, where, oh, where? Dun, dun. Oh, I will, but I'm also gonna fix this. I've already put the name in. Let's put in Black Betty. Remake of Black Betty. Bam, now. Ramajam. That everybody thought was about a black woman, and it's about a car. Bum 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 bum. Saley, yes. Yeah, supposed to be a supposedly a queen, black queen. The craziest is when you listen to a song before an artist comes out with a music video and you think it's one thing, and then they drop their music video and you're like, that is that's not what I had envisioned. Because that's how Metallica's Unforgiven 3 was for me, my friend. For years before they dropped the music video, I thought it was about like a ship voyage, like an old-timey ship voyage. That's how I envisioned that song. That you're like you're an old like wooden ship doing shit, and then the music video comes out and you're like, oh, this is about war. Like this is about a current, this makes sense. This is the, this is Metallica, I understand. Okay, this checks. Political stuff with war, I got you. Yeah, that makes more sense than my ship voyage. Okay. Yeah. Yep, it is. It sure is. That Master Puppets is addiction, or are you gonna tell me some new information? Well, stream elements. Nobody can do that yet until I fix it. I love Surge Tankin'. He does some weird, wild collabs. I'm not sure if I've heard that one. I think I might have. Not the band, but I might have heard the song. Where in the hell do I turn links on? Piece of shit. I'd have to listen to it again because I'm not 100% sure on that one. Unfortunately, I keep thinking of Tech Nine and Surge Tankin' straight out of the gates, and I know that's clearly not it. But that's literally what popped in my mind. I love Tech Nine. Tech Nine's what really got me into hardcore, into like the rap scene or like in rap stuff. There's a song, it's not even on Spotify, by Tech Nine called Little Pills that I fucking love. Yeah, I mean, tech. If see how I was just genre top 10 them or top five or whatever. Yeah, like that. You know, I'm not gonna. Each genre's their own, but Tech Nine's up there for me for sure. And see, I don't know. I don't have. I don't think I got any Tech Nine vinyls. I got Wu-Tang Clan, Tribe Called Quest on vinyl, Dre, Eminem. But I mean, I grew up on Eminem and Dre and Wu-Tang. Wu-Tang's for the kids. I like when artists do stuff like that. I like NF too. I like a lot of NF stuff. I like bluesy stuff. That's 'cause Tech Nine has a song Poison the Well. I wish they would do fucking more of that stuff 'cause that's like that old blue country grass mixed with rock and rap and I'm like this is I can get down to this. But I like classical music and metal mixed together too. So like Metallica's album when they did with the I was thinking it's not the Trans-Siberian Orchestra. It's one of those orchestras though. It's probably one of my favorite ones. No Leaf Clover. Man, No Leaf Clover might actually be one of my top five Metallica songs. Hobson's weird for me. I like some of his stuff, but I don't like all of his stuff. He's very hit or miss. He's the one he did with Tech Nine and I can't think of the other person is that's fire. What's that called? I don't think it's called Am I a Monster? Am I a Psycho? There you go. Yeah, Hobson's had some pretty good stuff. I think he did better when he was under listening to more of Tech Nine stuff, but I also don't mind him doing his own stuff. Yeah, that's not bad either. I'd have to go through and look because I don't listen to Hobson that often. He didn't pop into my mind, but when he does, there's a few songs I have to go to. Setting moderation. Aha, yeah. Um, there's it's not Aesop, it's Aesop Rock, not Aesop Rocky. He's up there for me lyrically genius wise. They compared him to like Shakespeare. They compared a lot of rappers to like Shakespeare and the quality of like words. Wu Tang's pretty high up in the top 10, but Aesop Rock is like light years ahead of everybody else. His song Rings is a good song. And also, as you get older, it kind of hits you a little bit in your heartstrings because you're like, man, I used to do all that shit. I get this. That's fair. Yeah, Aesop Rock Rings. I liked his new album too that he released a couple years back. Yes, yes he is. Yep. I liked his collab with Tech Nine, and I liked his other stuff without Tech Nine. But yeah, unless we're talking a different Ronnie. Yeah, I was thinking. Yeah, my friend sent me that when it dropped. Yep. Yeah, we're talking about the same person. Okay, cool. I thought so, but yeah, his stuff's wild. But when you listen to his interviews and stuff, you're like, oh, this guy just doesn't give a fuck. He's gonna write what he wants. He's just gonna do what he wants to do that he likes. And I'm like, I can dig that. What a great name. Let's see. Where in that? Bum. On toggle black current switched off. Where? Aha. Now I'll test this. Game in 2025. Fuck you, ad and YouTube. Fucking, I hate how YouTube. I can't block ads anymore. Such a disgrace. Let's see if this works. Fixed. Look at that. Now, if I could just get Steam elements to work correctly the rest of the way, I'd be in good shape. Yeah, I refuse to pay for it. Principal. That's actually I have like zero streaming services anymore. Mostly for the same principle. I'm like, one, I never utilize them enough, and two, if you can't find it to watch free online, it ain't worth watching, in my personal opinion. Yeah. I actually still have Kill Switch Engage CDs still when they first dropped. I really liked when they brought back when they switched over to the Black Singer, he was pretty good too. Yeah. See, with that, you got everybody. That makes sense. See, because it's like just me that be inconvenienced. You got other people that could potentially be inconvenienced. So therefore, the amount that you're spending actually equates out. I mean, up until like what last year, I mean, you could just use a normal ad blocker. I mean, I use Orphea as a web browser, and it auto blocked everything anyway. I had to turn it off for YouTube. Oh yeah, yeah. His voice is. If I didn't see him, I would never thought that's the voice that was coming out of that guy. And I remember the first time I listened to that song, a lot of that hit hard because he's talking about painting and models and stuff like that. I'm like, fuck, man, I used to do all that, and now like I literally sit there and be like, damn, there's that over there just sitting there, and I haven't used it in a while, or I don't do it anymore. See, I also have a thing for I like UK grime, but I don't like a lot of UK grime like songs, but I like the sound of UK grind grime. Yeah, I like the UK vernacular that they use and stuff like that, their actual language. Oh, pretty girl. Yep, that's yeah. Hey, you ain't yelling at me. Yeah, Tech Nine does that, and so does Eminem. Like actually breaking the word down correctly in syllables, how it's supposed to be said occasionally, or when you put the break into it. I see Sigan. I see you. Your shepherd's showing all that talking. Oh, I forgot all about that song that he did. Drums on the Wheel. This was for a video game. I forgot all about this one. Yeah, I like the when they do plays and words and stuff like that, especially with accents and whatnot. That's why I like Eminem a lot too, because the double, triple, quadruple entendres. It was just so nice. That's why like there's a lot of obviously there's a lot of shitty rappers because there's a lot of shitty musicians in general. But like when you get one that's lyrically there, you're like, I like you. You're good. Yeah, I think the what's crazy to me, especially if you've ever tried to write like, I don't know, a story, let's say, is the fact that you realize how little everyday language you don't use. I'll put it in my queue on my I'll open up a tab for it start looking through. So there's a lot of like profs like that. I like prof for that reason. Yeah, like I have a really, really extensive vocabulary and I'm aware of words and stuff, but like as soon as you start to go write it down, you're like, I realize that I actually do not use these words enough to actually recall them, to put them down on paper. Like you're like you have to sit there and actually think or look up stuff like, what was that word again? I know I've read this word and put it here. Yeah. Which is crazy to me because I think the average vocabulary now is like 2,000 words, and I'm like, that's it? Yeah, I've spent more times than not. The thing that irks me the most is because I'll go through and look at my old like history papers from college and stuff and be like, man, why did it like what happened? Did the world give up on all these words? Is that why we don't use them anymore? Is that why they're not coming out of my mouth or in my mind anymore? Like, why do we stop? Samson Ball. Oh, I missed an S in here. Did you ever heard of an artist called Easy Mac? Easy Mac's that way. Yeah, it's easy. That's a good song. He blew up a few years back, I think, because I found him like a long time ago, like his first stuff. And I think he just recently started kind of making a name for himself. I found him not too long after I found Prof and I can't think of the other guy. Yep, can't think of Mac Lethal. There we go. I'm hit or miss. I like some of his stuff, but not all of it. Yeah, yeah. He's kind of a clown with a lot of stuff I've seen him do, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't think I have any of his. There was one song, Upside Down rap, I think is one of the only ones I really liked from him. And it's because he did the whole thing while being drugged, upside down. It was really good rhyme. It was only like 3 minutes though. Yeah, I like Tom McDonald too. He's grown on me a little more than over the years, but I think that's just because he's real and he doesn't have to answer anybody, so he can be real and he's like fuck everybody. Ball if I want to.
Ask your doctor if Intibio, including the Intibio pen, is right for you.
My volume's so loud.
Great
Slash
brands,
quiet.
great prices.
Well, I think a lot of the stuff he's come out with the last couple years, especially with the last uh president, a lot of it was political based or whatever. And some of it was promotion, but I think it was just him just saying, "Hey, I can make some money, but also listen up." I do think he should go back to doing what he did before a little bit more. Like it was a fun little thing he did where he's dropping like a new song or whatever every couple weeks with some like political message or whatever. But I feel like those times are kind of gone. I'd assume so. Yeah. Which like Childish Gambino, This Is America. Like I can get a lot of that. You're like, oh no, I can see. Little some of it's a little exaggerated or whatnot, but overall, I can see where you're going with. But I think a lot of artists run into they should quit. They're kind of like it's kind of like MMA fighters or any professional fighter or even sports related to that stuff is like there's a time when you got to realize it's time to retire or switch it up. You can't be doing what you're doing. It's just it's not working. Which is like the worst thing to see is that with an MMA fighter, like I can still do it. I'm like, please just stay in retirement. Don't ruin it. It's a pretty good song. I'll have to give it a listen when I don't have dogs back here. Yeah. Yep. That's what I just listened to. Yeah, I mean it's like Little Dicky. Granted, I don't think Little Dicky's probably gonna ever make an album better than his album he's already dropped, to be honest with you, but he's kind of goofy in that same context. Actually, I don't even think Little Dicky's done anything in a while since like Earth Day. He like blew up and then phased out. Well, the songs and rap and stuff that always blow my mind are the ones that you listen to like a decade or two later and you're like, still can be applied today. That's crazy. Not a lot's changed. You know, more things change, the more they stay the same. Which is, why we that's why I'm getting banned on HOTS right now. It's because, people are so sensitive and stuff. Yeah, I understand that. There's a lot of those artists. I'm like, they're good enough for me, but I don't know if I had to share them out to anybody else. And it's one of those things I listen to every now and again. Ironically, Tool's like that for me now. Like Tool's one of the was bands I really loved and everything and whatnot. I still like them, but like once they were able to be found and put on Spotify and everything, it was one of those things I'm like, I skip Tool songs when they come up and now, so clearly they weren't that. They're nice to listen to every now and again, but not nice to listen to in a playlist all the time. I mean, clearly there's some Tool songs that are I can listen to pretty much regularly, but it's not like, I'm not listening to Chris Cornell, where I'm not skipping most of Chris Cornell's songs, sorry. But I can skip a Tool song. I can't skip like Pretty Noose or Black Hole Sun. It's just I think it's broke. You just can't do it. I'm never disappointed, I guess, when those songs come up. Yeah. Pretty Noose I think is actually my beats that one out now. But I mean it's Chris Cornell. Like his version of Nothing Compares to You is probably my single favorite remake of that as well. Which ironically enough, nobody even knew Prince did it until everybody else did it. I did hear though, oddly enough, since we're mentioning Chris Cornell and Linkin Park earlier, they are really looking into their quote unquote suicides because nobody thought they were suicides, and that there's been recently been reopened last month, and they're investigating it more finally because everybody else knew it was all related to the sex trafficking thing. Oh, they're reopening the case on Chris Cornell and Chester Bennington because they don't, which everybody else said they weren't suicides back when they happened, but they're reopening because they're pretty sure it's related. They were killed because of their because Chris Cornell had the foundation for sexually abused and trafficked kids, and then when he quote unquote killed himself, Chester at his funeral said he was going to take up that organization, and then Chester quote unquote also committed suicide not too long after, and both have been clean for years. So I'll have to look up this dude. No. Well, here's my big thing, and this is why I don't like. Well, we're all goyim. Duh. We're sheep. We're cattle. Who cares what the cattle want? Should be happy with their field. I mean, like I tell anybody else, if you're willing to do things to small or to small humans, little humans, then you're willing to do it to anybody. Like your depravity knows no bounds, nor no limits. That's that'll be our civil war, if one should happen to kick off. Because there's obviously talks about potentially that happening. Granted, I don't want a civil war because I'd rather not. I'd rather not see humanity become. I don't live in Africa for a reason. I don't want to see humanity's worst. I mean, nothing against Africa. It's just statistically speaking, there's a lot of turmoil over there. But I don't. I don't want to live in a third world country. Yeah, I'm not saying if one happens I don't have a plan. I'm just saying I prefer not to. Yeah. Like I can tell you, like right now I'll be going out to my best friend's house, which is right next to his parents' house in the middle of nowhere, and well, I'll just be hanging out with them in the middle of the forest. And his brother, I mean, they have more guns than I could ever even dream of. And his brother actually packs his own ammo and shit. So like worst case scenario, we're good forever. I'll be out there. Good luck everybody else. I mean, at this point, I think a civil war would be between the haves and have-nots. That's where I think that's where I'd hope the war would go if there was one. Because there's way too much being taken out and not reciprocated back. And now with the internet, you can see it in real time. Yep. That's that they got 40 acres out there and it's a second highest peak in the it might be in the state, at least the county. And they got an acre and a half pond they have built and a half acre pond up top. Or maybe the pond at the bottom's 2.5 acres. I can't remember. I mean, they have natural springs up there. It's secluded. And they're yeah. Yeah, they're all secluded. They got propane. We'll just take down the windmill down the bottom of the road there. I mean, shit, I think they probably have chickens now. They always usually have chickens. They did pigs a couple years back, just 'cause. I mean, his mom's weird. His mom just likes to grow, and she's she's a homesteader. She's a hippie homesteader, is what it feels like. Who rides Harleys and always wears jeans and like a Harley t-shirt, but homestead, Amish like. I mean, if you don't have a plan for what ifs like this, then do you really love your family or yourself? I mean, realistically, yep, you are the problem. That was one of the hardest lessons I think I've learned in life is that no matter who you are to whoever, you still can be potentially, you're absolutely nothing to them potentially. It's because they don't know. Here's what I tell people when this was all happening and the Ukraine war was just starting is Russia had come out. Putin from Russia came out when it was getting really bad over here because we must have had a school shooting or something, clearly. And Putin told Americans, don't get rid of your guns. They don't have guns. It's a leader of another nation saying, don't get rid of your guns. You need to listen. Like, there's a good reason that somebody else who they don't have guns says, keep them. But anybody that's saying that they want stricter gun laws or to get rid of gun laws isn't American, personally, because they don't understand the Constitution. Like, I'm okay with pseudo strict gun laws. Like, should we do background checks and sure? Absolutely. Yeah, no. Most Americans are not Americans. My aunt and uncle were talking about recently. They came up a few years ago when me and my brother moved here, and I had an American flag outside on the like porch area I set up, and they were like, "It's nice to see one, you know." But in reality, when you look around, like there's not a lot of American flags hanging up anymore. Like when I was growing up, like you would see a couple in every neighborhood. Yeah, it's because they're super ignorant. It's so dumb. It's like all the lesbians and stuff like, let's go over Iraq and Iran and they'll accept us. I'm like, dude, they kill you guys. What are you talking about? Yeah, I have that one. I haven't put up the other one. I probably may never do. I think I have a citizen's flag, I think, as well. US, like, I'm trying to think what it actually is. I'd have to look it up. Oh, God, yeah. Yeah, I don't understand, like, I'm a history major. That's what I have a degree in that. So, like, the whole women's movement and the feminism and all that, and, you know, women don't have rights and everything. I'm just like, where in the fuck did you read that? Where did you get this information? Because like women couldn't vote. I was like, yeah, and you know why? Because they only need one per household. So when the woman who was home all day with the kids and got to see everything, and the husband's at work, the women chatted all day about what the hell's going on with the world and the nation, relayed it to their husbands, who also talked amongst each other. And if you don't think that the fucking wives of those husbands didn't have a say in which way that vote went, you're out of your fucking mind. I was like, that's gone all the way back to antiquity and kings. Like you can literally see a king be like, "Hey queen, did you hear anything?" Like, what are you talking about? Like, you know, the happy life, a happy wife, happy life. Like, the home has to be good. So if you got turmoil in your house, like it ain't working out. And the other thing is too, I think, is you know, people would usually get married or get together when they had the same political views because it would kind of be the same views in America. No, that's their strength. It's like the whole thing about men and women being equal. One, I don't want them to be equal. I'm not fucking gay. So, like, that's not gonna do anything to me if that man or that woman looks like a man. That's actually gonna be worse. And two, there's a reason we're different. Like, I'm lucky and I can exceptionally see in pretty good details different colors. So, like, painting wise and stuff, it's been pretty amazing to be able to tell it. But genetically speaking, males don't see color that well. And the reason is, you know, it's not how we were. We need to see quick movement out and like hunting and gathering shit. Like, is there a wolf over there? That is so common. Do you know, I couldn't tell you how many people I know that are in the National Guard right now or were in active duty who are red green colorblind. Yep. And there's so much stuff in the military you can't do if you're red green colorblind. And sometimes they kind of ignore those. Because a one guy was an art or a Humvee mechanic, and we weren't sure how he was able to still do it. Yep, can't do it, can't see colors. Yep. Well, there's a lot of things you can't do a lot of things in the field. Well, you did that because it didn't really matter. They just pay you less. Yeah, I'd assume you did exactly what they said you weren't supposed to, because that's a common thing I thought. Because like I said, the guy that worked in the Humvees, he wasn't supposed to be allowed to. Yep. Yep, that's why you're allowed to do stuff, because you can't tell what color the smoke signals are. But you do get a superpower. So what's your, I mean, you got like, you had to get some superpower. That's usually what happens when you don't have uh, colors. Well, you know, it's just an educated guess. I guess this pencil was a little more gray than I thought it was. Well, the satellite's not going to talk back or anything, or question your judgment. Well, that's what Disposable Heroes is all about. That's why I like that song from Metallica. You do what I say when I say back to the front. Yeah, people are replaceable. And it's a shame too. Oh, so you're not completely red-green colorblind. Okay. Yeah, yeah. See, when I'm thinking the people I knew that were red-green colorblind, they just it was gray. Just different shades of gray, like there was no color for them that was like, you know, true red-green colorblind. Like they didn't have it. Like the one guy, we'd have to remind him when he was driving at night to turn his headlights on because he could see perfectly fine in the dark. I think my best story was there was a kid in high school. And I'd switched schools. I think in like it was fourth grade. So I went to the school with this kid and was good friends with this kid for 8 years. And we're in senior year, last like I don't know, a couple months or whatever. And we were bullshitting in one of our English teachers, like our junior English teacher's room. It was just a quiet room, whatever. And some girl was coloring. And while we were chit chatting, when we were watching Enemy of the Gates, and he picks up a pencil, looks at it very inquisitive like, and then like rotates it around, and then all of a sudden goes, "Oh, that's why," and then puts it back down. And I go, "What was that about, Mount? What was all that?" He's like, "Oh, well, that looked weird, and I wanted to see why." I was like, "What's a red colored pencil?" He's like, "Yeah, I see that now." I'm like, "What do you mean you see that now?" He's like, "Well, it says red on it." And I was like, "Oh, can you not see red?" He's like, "Well, actually, I can't see." He said, "I can see true pink and up," and I quote, "whatever the fuck true pink is," and that's it. So he could see nothing else on the lower end of the spectrum. And then I had to tell other people because he was sponsored by Bungie at one point to play Halo, but there were certain maps and stuff he didn't like to play, and nobody could figure out why. Well, it turns out, like on the one map where it's yellow fog and then there's a red enemy, well, he couldn't see fucking shit. Like it was, it was so bad. He was like, so everybody knew this kid for like a decade, and nobody had any idea that he couldn't see literally half the rainbow. So we had to get all our jabs in at the end of it. Cause we went to Cedar Point, and we're pointing out stuff, and we're like, "Hey, Mount, did you see that over there? The that yeah that it's that red, orange, and yellow." Yeah, his was crazy. Yeah, I could see that. See, I play HOTS. I play HOTS with colorblind mode on. I like the color. I find out they are easier to see than the red is anyway for me personally. Yeah, he had a because he couldn't see like the whole lower end of the spectrum. He could see up to I think it was like 3.5 miles out. Perfectly clear. I just actually prefer color blend mode on. I always look for the change on it because the I don't mind red patterns and stuff, but I feel like sometimes they stack. It's hard to tell the difference, and I just noticed it one day and turned it on. I was like, this is a lot easier. Probably. Yeah, I turned it on because I'm like, this is just easier to see. I can see all these colors. I can see all the ones before. My problem is I'm super light sensitive though. So I have to like usually that's a lot of reasons I look into changes and stuff. Like all my stuff's dark tinted. There's all like night mode on everything. I have zero white backgrounds if I can help it. Like my phone screen is probably on like maybe 15% brightness right now. So if I bump it up to like 20, it's almost too bright for me. Like our my brother's the same way. So like the place we're in right now has like we have like two light bulbs on. Oh yeah, no, I couldn't. I couldn't even look at my phone. Legitimately, it's hard for me to look at the phone. So like if I wake up in the middle of the day and it's super bright and I haven't actually had been awake enough and looked at other light sources, like whether it be a lamp or like a screen or something like that for a little bit. If I walk outside with my dogs and to take them out, it's sunny. I can't see them. Like I can't even open my eyes. It's so bright. And like if I try to force my eyes open, I'll like that those like start tearing up or whatever. Like it's stressful for more, whatever. Yeah, that's how light sensitive I am on certain things. So there'll be times I'll like have to tell them like I gotta wake up for a minute or two or keep my eyes open because I won't be able to see shit out there. No, to a degree, they've never had any issues or said anything like that. I just pick up light so well. So like in the dark, I see pretty alright. Like I don't need much light source at all, if anything. Like most nights outside, even on a moonless night, I can see pretty alright. But the caveat is that is like bright lights are bright. Yeah, but I've had them all tested. They said there's nothing abnormal. It just happened to be light sensitive, which I don't know. I guess a lot of that's due to like head and trauma injury and stuff as well. So that might be related back to the younger times. Well, come to think of it, maybe it might be because I mean, my pupils do dilate fine and everything like that, but I don't know if I've ever had like personally remember my eyes ever being fully dilated, as in like necessarily needed. Because I've had all that tested for my eyes. Yeah, I would probably fail all those. Yeah, check for reactions. Yeah, I was gonna say my brother base is he's legally blind without his glasses, but he's pretty close even with them now at this point. But he also has a stigmata and a partial lazy eye. But he's super light sensitive too. But he's always been. But then again, it could be. Oh, dude, he can barely even see with him on now anymore. Yeah, mine's just slightly blurry. I can't. Mine's pretty good. Like I just won't be able to read fine text from a distance. I'll be able to make out things, but it's one of those things, you don't want to be down the highway if you're trying to read road signs. I won't be able to clearly make out them all the time until we're pretty close. I'm not sure what he sees. I'm trying to think if he actually told me. Because he was just talking, we were talking about the other day because he was looking at the TV and he said he needed to get his eyes checked again. Hmm. Yeah. You're not quite as blind as a bat, but ow. Yeah, no, I'm not quite that bad. See, I don't think my brother would even be able to tell the difference, but his are related to other things. A lot of it's related to CP. Let's see. How far would I? Well, I'd have to put in my other thing. I wonder if I could see mine. I don't think I know I can't read it all. I could just make it out if I was lucky. I can read some of it, but I'm pretty close. I still can't believe that fucking my account got hit. I'm more upset because that account was actually, I felt like I was going to take that account to at least platinum. I was like, man, I may actually make gold. I wasn't even going to go live or anything. I just happened to wake up and I'm like, well, it woke me up, I guess, the rest of the way. My brother came down because the dogs went off or whatever, but I was starting to wake up anyway because I'd slept for like 3 hours. But that's what's crazy. I did have it off for the most part. I just turned it on like yesterday too. I turned it off and I was talking about how, it seemed to be all right without it on. I mean, I ignore chat most of the time, but like, my God, I just can't believe how like ridiculous it is. Like for the life of me, I'm like, I can't think of anything I said. And then, reading the guidelines again, which they've changed some of it, but not, they've changed it since the last time, but not a lot. It's one of those things you're damned if you do, if you're damned if you don't. You can report anybody for anything, but if they decide that you're reporting just to report, then you can get hit too. It's like, so what kind of fucking system's this? Anytime, good sir. Enjoy your slumber. Enjoy your little coma. I'll probably be awake. I don't see me falling asleep, but then again, who knows what I'll be up to. It is Sunday. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I'm still probably stream at some point every day, so if you don't catch me today, I'll be around tomorrow, I'm sure. I may have to go and find dig out another account if I decide to play HOTS. Maybe I'll be a pirate or a Viking. Problem is, I was enjoying HOTS. I hadn't played in a while, and I was like, this is actually, I like to play this out until I don't feel like playing it anymore. Then I don't have to look for something to do. I don't even think I've killed the first boss yet. I haven't done the first scenario. Yeah, my like I'm gonna get into Windrose and I know it, but like I know how I love building stuff. Like I've spent hundreds of hours building in Valheim, so a pirate version, like a new place to build shit. Because right now I've intentionally like half-assed what I've done, so I don't get stuck in building. I mean, I might. I don't have any problem with that. I don't even have a problem grinding the materials. I mean, I might do that. I might come on there at some point and build something for you guys. Like, I enjoy building. That's why I haven't, like, yeah. See, Valheim's not bad, and Windrose is pretty close to it, so it transfers over for me. There's a few things I don't like about Windrose is the way it does it, but it's all, well, I don't know on Windrose yet, but Valheim's all based on ones and twos. Well, I think you fall in the same category as the rest of at least the Western world. So we used to have grand architects and whatever, and now everything looks like a square box because it works and that's all you need. Yes, yes, I do. Dude, mine's a prefab one. I don't even use it. I threw everything outside just so I wouldn't build stuff. It looks like shit on purpose. because I'm afraid I'll get hooked into it and then not progress in the game because that's what I did in Valheim. It took me forever to progress in Valheim. Do I have even Discord up open somewhere? Oh, there's my button. Nope, I had to restart my computer, that's right. I think I have a Discord link in my channel. I think it should work. I mean, I've done a lot of stuff to it the last couple weeks, but I don't think I broke that. I broke other things, but I don't think I broke that.
Ba-doo. What up? What's up, Larry? How you doing, dude? Yeah, for real. I'm gonna finish this Spire run. That's gonna be my last week for the night. Cause I gotta leave town at 9 in the morning. Oh boy. Which means I gotta be up at 7 so I can fucking pack up a kid. I'm fucking exhausted. And hopefully she writes me into the will. So I don't know.
At this.
I don't. I'm not happy about how I feel about that. What it is. Lady, you've been really mean a lot. Uh, I guess modded as a power skill. I could ditch that. Not doing orbs.
Do 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 do. Oh, there we are. Oh.
Yeah, I was just in there, but the server kicked me out. I think it restarted.
Oh, it's picking up that. Be disgusting.
Not anymore. I muted it now.
Oh, okay. I was like, I thought it was on my end actually.
That was my stream, so you still got the sound on
Oh, I
from
got you.
Discord
I
stream.
see. I see. I see.
So you heard me talking to my mic coming through your stream into my headset, into your headset.
Yeah, I went over to because I saw a good friend of mine was on, and I was like, I wonder what he's streaming because I couldn't quite tell. It looked like League, and I didn't have my headset or anything on, and I saw it chatting or whatever, and I turned my headset on, and I was like, oh, this conversation seems somewhat serious. So I was like, oh, back out. I was like, I just wanted to, I was just like, man, I just wanted to see what you're
You just
playing.
slowly back away.
Yeah, that was what it was. I was like, oh. All I heard was part of it was like, blah, 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 or you've been super mean or something lately. And I'm like, oh, well, I don't know. I was just want to see what you're
It was
playing.
me. It
Yeah.
was
And what
me.
it was funny because like right after I heard that, like the stream ended, he stopped sharing and started playing something else. And I was like, okay, more awkward.
All right, ready?
We're ready. Oh, dude, yours is
This
so
is
much better
my
than mine right now.
this is my brick or stone on top of thatch. It was gravity defying until I built
Pillars.
column. Yeah, or at least structurally defying.
Oh, it's not that bad. You put a little more dedication than you give your self credit for.
I mean, I don't think so. It's like a giant fucking brick house, man, like a square. The roof is angled. I barely figured that shit out. It took me like 2 days.
I've built a lot of square stuff in Valheim. I'm terrible with like some of the circle stuff. Nah, I expect this to take like wait 2 days to do the roof or the whole place.
The whole place took me
Yeah,
like 6 hours, but then the roof took like 2 days,
yeah. You either get it or you don't.
and
I,
I didn't at first.
I was gonna say I definitely had a when I was first messing with Valheim, I was like I don't understand this, and sometimes I still have issues with some of it. I just recently figured out
Materials,
with a few things. So yours is all
materials
unorganized.
themselves. That's just material. These are all so that I can get wood and stone for this massive fucking
Yeah,
pier town, whatever, port town.
it's,
So I flattened all of this shit. Like this took legitimately like an hour, hour and a half, just that and all of this, where you can see the flat green here. And I have like all of this shit to go, bro.
yeah. Well, luckily the stamina boss in this isn't as rough as the one in Valheim.
It's not, but like the digging,
It's
the the
yes, the digging
the
is
thicker the
yeah.
thicker it gets, the less you move.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't digging is not what I would think it would be in here.
Like this shit's gonna take hours.
It's crazy
Digging.
because there's so much stuff they've done in this to make it like streamlined, and then you run into that and you're like, oh, okay.
Hours.
Because like you don't have to run back and get all your stuff when you die and a bunch of other stuff. But then like yeah, the first time I started digging, I was like, oh, this is because like mining's really simple comparatively too. But when you go to dig, you're like, oh my God, am I digging a real hole?
I have everything in the game done except the main mission. Maxed out, level 15. And I did that. It took about 3 days to complete the game.
I don't
Now,
say
I'm
that.
not the only person who plays on here. This is my base. This is another guy's. He is somewhere, I think, like in the tier 2, maybe borderline tier 3 now. Warlord here, this is the guy who owns the server, MS Warlord. He's another streamer. Stands for multiple sclerosis Warlord. Like he's a big multiple sclerosis proponent. He likes to get information about that out there. But he's a dope older dude. He invited me, weed smoker like I am, and yeah, We've got a fourth guy living up here. So none of us like we didn't really group up for a playthrough. Oh look, there's that's Warlord right there. Silverbeard. So he must be getting kind of close to going to the third tier. Interesting. But yeah, we all joined the server around the same time, but we've all done our own individual playthroughs. And because I had played through the demo multiple times, like I already knew what I was getting into and what I was doing. So when I got on here and these other guys got on here, like I fucking smoked past them, right? Like it wasn't intentional. It's just the way I play games. Like I went through and like I was on the third act, which is the final one currently, while everybody else was still on the first act. So now I'm just kind of like waiting to do the final boss until they catch up.
I was gonna say this game, I like it. I'm just kind of wondering what they're gonna do with it, because it doesn't seem like there's a lot. Once you know what I mean. Once you beat it, there's not like a lot to do.
Now it's mostly just building and sinking ships.
Yeah, which is
But we are gonna get eventually here Ashlands, which would be cool.
yeah, because that was one of the things I asked when I first started playing it. Was I was wondering if the world seeds were randomly generated, and they're not. I'm like, I don't hate that, but at the same time, like it's one of those
The
things with
seed
this.
for the world is not randomly generated, but the islands are, like to an extent, right? The things like this is where I start, right? This is going to be the first island I have to go to for an objective based thing after the first island. And that's always going to be like somewhere in this proximity, somewhere very close to it, right? And that's not RNG, but like the islands themselves in tier 1, they can be in different places, different shapes, different, you know, growth and monsters and shit on them. Because I've played through probably 5 times already, and I've never seen the same island twice. They look similar, some of them, but like some of it's RNG'd, some of it's not, bro. There's so much digging to do, bro.
Yep.
So what I was thinking about doing too is I'm surprised that they don't have raids in this, right? Where your base isn't attacked like Valheim is by trolls or bats or whatever.
Or pirate, yeah, yeah. In this case, be
So
pirates.
when I like my first like 3 playthroughs, I would always go to like wherever the copper mine was. This is actually the farthest inland one I've seen so far. Usually they're a bit closer to a beach. And I'll go to one of those or just a different rock formation that's not this. And I'd build my base up on top of the rock. Because I'm like, yo, I'm gonna be if something's gonna try to come and attack my base, I want a
Uh,
defendable position.
I don't want it to be destroyed.
Yeah. And then I found out it was just making the game harder on myself because nothing attacks.
Nothing happens. Yeah, I've definitely had my fair share of misfortunes because I literally just build an island in Valheim 90% of the time. Like I'll just go make it, find a little thing, and I'll
Yeah.
just make an island.
Lift
Like,
the ground. Yeah.
yeah. Why do you do that? I don't want. You know how long it takes me to get all this shit? I don't want it fucking destroyed.
Yep. We usually would do like we'd find a peninsula like that, and then we'd lift the ground, like make it much bigger.
Yeah.
And then we'd do like we dig the moat down around it. However big we wanted the island to be, we'd dig the moat, and then on the other side of the moat we'd build like a massive fucking mountain wall
Yep.
surrounding it. Valheim
Yeah.
was such a good game, bro.
I know. I still enjoy it. I think they keep doing updates too. Like I just got back into it, and they just did it because they did a ton of updates to it.
Yeah,
And
they
that
did the deep north or whatever the fuck
the Deep
what was
North's
the
not
ice.
quite done yet. They did a teaser for it. It's getting close to being done. The Ashlands
Before
was
that,
the Ashlands,
yeah, yeah.
but they've added
Ooh,
because
weirdly choppy there.
I started with another guy at Jansa that's usually pops on here because he works overnight, so he's usually on when I start streaming. And he'd played it, and I said I was thinking about doing a new server because I have one server and basically I spent all my time on it. So there's like thousands of hours.
Valheim?
Yeah, like my own like little like private like
Yeah, yeah,
on
yeah.
my PC type thing. So I put a ton in it, and I was talking. I wanted to do it. I was going to do another run through, and he goes. I said I was going to do it in hard or whatever, and I was like, I think you want to get on it because he hadn't played in a while, and he's like, yeah, and he's like, it sounds like it'd be fun because it'd been a while. I hadn't played basically. I hadn't started a new server or anything since launch of the game. So like a new playthrough has been really interesting because they've added so much gear and stuff. So it's like completely different game. Because you'll go
Yep.
through and like there'll be like you get the or you always get the troll armor and that was kind of it. But now there's so many different options. You're like, it's kind of nice to go through and play because it's like I get to experience it like it is a new game, even though I know what's going on. Because they've added so much stuff for that. I keep wanting that more the core stuff, but they won't do it. The one thing I would want them to do is like if they would just make all the rugs you can put down, make them so you can hang them. Like, why would I not hang a wolf skin or a bear skin on a wall?
True. I think so. To give myself a little bit of extra credit, I think I'm good at the interior design. I'm not good at the exterior design. I think that's what it comes down to. The structural integrity or the structural design, I make boxes.
They
The
work.
interior, I can fucking design.
Yeah, I run into that same thing. I like corners. I like right angles.
Yep. I like things to be mathematically sound.
Yeah, I like symmetrical things too.
Symmetry is like my biggest OCD addiction, bro. Asymmetry, I'm a fucking freak for it. I love it. So like, right, this is never going to be an even number across. I will never do that. 10 squares across means 5 and 5, even though it's asymmetrical. The center is like offshore. It's between them. I just won't like it. I want because I'm going to be making a doorway, which is going to be a hallway
Yep.
essentially. Right? This has to be the center, and then however many squares out on each side.
Yep. I do that all the time with Valheim. Because the
Must be.
worst is when you're doing,
Yeah.
you're like, it's just off by one. You're like, well, I can't make this work. Like, maybe I could justify it if there's a few more off, and I could say, oh, I can make this or whatever. But like when it's one off, you're like, it just will look wrong. It's all I'll think it'll be wrong.
The feast.
I was gonna say one of the things I do this game I like the graphics of. I'm
Yeah, I am very impressed with what they did graphic wise. You, sir, were supposed to sit on this side. I've got it the bench too close. Oh no. Yeah, there's the graphics of this game are phenomenal. Wait, they changed the wolf, I read, and they really did. It looks more like a jackal now or something.
say the ears are kind of
Big
big.
as fuck. His face is long as hell.
Wait, why not cashmere?
Oh, you know what? That reminds me. Perfect, actually. I did need to come on here. I forgot. I must import more wood. I think this is a fucking phenomenal system that they have. I love this. You can pick up eventually these merchant guys. So like all that low tier shit that you don't want to have to farm again once you get end game, you can just order it. So I pay
Oh,
money, which I get from sinking ships, and then like this, I just ordered 500 wood. I come here, I can order, plants or their seed versions of those plants. Now it does take. I'm assuming it's some attempt at like realism, right? So I place the order, as it says right here, another order in progress, en route to collect cargo. So the ship's on the way there, and then it'll get collected, and then it'll be on its way back. The whole delivery time is always 70 minutes, no matter what you order or how much. So 1 hour and 10 minutes of real life time.
I don't.
But like for these days where I'm not really playing, I can kind of just like I hop on real quick,
Grab it.
order, yep, grab it in order, hop back off, go play what I want.
Yeah,
Nice, almost up there.
what I used to do
Go ahead.
for Valheim is because I would just farm rocks in between matches. That's literally what I would do to get stuff to build the base and
Makes
stuff.
sense.
I mean, a rock farmer, man.
Bro, I've done so much fucking iron farming. Fuck the swamp.
Yeah, I know. I hate the swamps. It's not my least favorite zone. The Mistlands is still my least favorite zone. It'll always be my least favorite zone. In fact, that's
I think it is my least favorite zone. Swamp sucks balls.
I prefer the swamp. At least I don't have to fight the stamina boss and vision boss. Like, we actually did a playthrough and we like sprinted all the way up to the queen. That was what we was talking about. And like, we're like, all right, we're in the Mistlands. We started for like farming. And, like, we're like, all right, well, guess we'll go do something different real quick for a while because I'm not looking forward to dying in the Mistlands.
I'm
'Cause
telling you, bro. If you learn to like try using a couple mods like the RPG and that 5-star difficulty and the like there's and the Weedheim or Val Weed or any of those weed mods. There's like super cool shit you can do with the game.
yeah,
It
the game
became like
has
Diablo, like where the items would be like, this one would do plus fire damage or whatever. This axe now has plus fire damage or whatever the case. But once you got higher up, there was actual like sets that you could get, Thunder Gods, whatever, with another Thunder God piece, and when you had certain, several of them together, like every time you strike, like a giant bolt of lightning cracks down from the sky on them and shit. Like it was wild shit. I don't know. That's not exactly what it was, but I'm just kind of making up an example. I don't remember. I just remember that there were sets. They did really cool things. It was a long time ago, and I was really baked while I was playing.
that makes sense. That all checks out.
But
Yeah,
there was like cool ass sets that had like wicked abilities, and it made the game. It was cool at first, but it eventually made the game too easy, which is why we got the multi-star difficulty mod thing. So the enemies like would get up to 5 stars, and they get bigger and have more damage and shit per star. So like that the Mistlands Queen, if you ran into her and she was a 5-star version of herself, she literally did not physically fit in the dungeon. Her
hmm.
head was up above the top of that queen's hive area.
Well, I mean, you can't miss her if you're trying to hit her, but good luck dodging.
Yeah. We died sometimes. We eventually got it.
Dude, if you don't die in Valheim, that's one of the things, like, there's a hardcore mode. I'm like, who the fuck hates themselves that much? I was
Why
like,
do you even play hardcore,
dude, I
bro?
was
The
like,
game is
I've
basically
killed,
hardcore.
I've killed myself building in my own base. Like, oh shit, forgot to eat food, fell off the cliff, like, fell off the roof.
How many times have we died to a fucking tree falling over, bro?
Yeah,
Come on.
like, see, I die for like, all the time. Like, I couldn't imagine it. I would only be playing for, like, I'd never leave the meadows, like,
Yeah. Yeah. There'd be no reason to.
yeah.
And there's people that play like not even the hardcore, but like the I don't even know what it's called, but that like absolutely brutal one where like they don't even get a map.
Oh,
Like what the fuck?
immersive mode. fully
Bro,
immersive mode where you don't get.
how
Yeah, I thought about
how
doing it, and I was like, I'd have to make
how
markers. Like you'd have to be like sailing down and be
you'd
like,
have to do that in game,
"What's
yeah.
that?" Oh no,
Chop down a whole fucking forest and leave only one
yeah,
tree there, and you know, hey, that's that island.
yep.
Like,
Or just a statue, a pillar that points out to another direction, like that way. All right, cool,
go this
thanks.
way, yeah. Like, nah, bro, fuck all that.
Yeah,
That's
I
way
looked
too
into it
much.
and I was like, well, because there's even a mode in that mode that you don't even have portals. And I'm like, you would just live on the fucking boat. Like, would you just take all your shit, whatever fits on the boat, it's all you get. Like, because not that I would never, but the likelihood of me navigating some of the places back would be so minute. Or by the time I got
I
around to
mean, and if
figuring
you
it
like think
out,
about crossing the ocean, some of the oceans that you cross are big enough where like you don't actually
you don't
see an
see shit.
island. You see a silhouette maybe way off in the distance or something,
Yeah,
but like you
basically,
don't see shit. You don't know which direction you're going.
no, most of the time you see, and there's a lot of those is you just see Yggdrasil, the tree. That's all you see. And you're like, that's cool.
Yeah,
I mean, that means nothing in the grand scheme of things, but it's nice to see something outside of clouds out here, like in water. Yeah,
yeah.
I
What
couldn't.
a great game.
It is so good. I think the biggest part of the reason it's still good is because the devs have been committed to what they said they were going to do, and they've done it.
It was you that I did talk with about the Monsters and Memories, right? You played EverQuest.
Yep, yep. It was.
Yeah.
I've had everybody that's ever found out say, check that out. And I'm like, I have
Right,
it.
right there. I can log in right now.
It's funny because there's two types of people with desktops. People with icons and people without. Mine's like
Yeah,
iconless. It has like nothing on it.
I got a lot of buddies that are iconless. Me, it helps me. I organize like I want icons and I organize them by use, like how much I use them and what type. I have more icons that are not on the screen than on my second screen because I never want them to pop up, like in case I'm streaming or something.
Right. Among other things, is you don't need them all on clutter in one screen. You got two screens to clutter. It's like having a second room.
True. I kind of want to move these down, right? So look at my leaf. Yeah. Naquan was a sick game. I don't know if you got to try that. Probably not.
I
They've
don't
had
think
one. They've
so.
had 2 play tests. What's that?
I said I don't think so.
It's like Dark and Darker, right?
Correct. Yep.
Same concept. Mostly melee, zombie survival though. Zombies. Set in Korea, and it's more of like it's a little bit more of a stealth looter extractor because there are hordes and hordes.
Interesting.
It was solid.
Yeah, I got a
Dark
few.
Age Camelot. That was my MMORPG.
See, I never played that, but I had plenty of others. Let's see, I played WoW and EQ would probably be my biggest two for sure. Long.
Dark Age came out 2 years before World of Warcraft did,
Yep.
and regrettably, so Dark Age did great. They had great expansions, DLCs, and shit until the last one that they did, which was Trials of Atlantis. That expansion flopped so hard, and it was right when World of Warcraft came out. So like 60, maybe 70% of the player base from Dark Age went to WoW. Right. And Dark Age began its spiral to death. And because of this, I resented World of Warcraft. And I was a huge Blizzard fan. I've been playing since The Lost Vikings on Nintendo. Like, so I like me being upset at them. It was a big deal. And I refused to play WoW. To this day, I only have one character I've ever made. It is a level 14 shaman. That's it. Now, being an older man now, I realize how foolish and fucking bigoted I was against, an opportunity to play a new and possibly fun game, which is only robbing myself of that experience. but it is what it is. Too late now.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. Cause let's see I was probably playing EverQuest, and I might have been playing Final Fantasy at the first Final Fantasy online. What was it, 11 online? I think it was 11 and 14.
11
Or
was the first one online, and then 14. Yeah.
yeah, because I played
I
that when they dropped it. Because I still have my PlayStation 2 with the hard drive in it,
hell yeah.
and that's when I
I
started playing
didn't
that.
play 11. I was dating a girl, and her brother was playing 11, and he would often, while I was hanging out with him and shit, he'd be like, "Yo, take this, keep killing this fucking mob. Just use that attack, do that for
Yep.
me." And then he'd like go make us food and shit, and I'd be his farm bot.
Yeah, basically, hey, I'm still XPing here or whatever. Can you do this while I go and solve our hunger issue? You may not have one, but you're gonna have it solved if you do this for me. And you're like, all right, cool.
Yeah.
I can press
Yeah.
X.
Fuck. No. Yeah. Easy.
Yeah, that game was good too. Like I said, I think a lot of problem with a lot of MMOs is they try to put too much in too early, and they forget, it took a decade or so to build some of the stuff. Which, ironically enough, the thing that they're trying to rush past is the thing that develops the game the best. Because I mean, if
The
you've ever,
grind.
yeah, well, I mean, everybody's played like when it first dropped, because everybody's like, it's like the old man back in my day. Because you can be like EverQuest, for example. I mean, they used to not have dots on the compass, so you had no idea where your people were. You just had a compass, so you had no idea who your group with or where to run. They just tell you run northeast, and you just had to figure it out. Like that. That's that. Like, did you pass the one rock with the that looks kind of squiggly? No, I don't know the fuck you are then. So good luck.
But
Keep walking.
did you die?
Yeah. But everybody's got those like old stories about how it used to be. Like you have to
Yeah.
have you have to not have something to know that you need it almost to a degree. And there's a lot of things that
Yeah.
get developed because of it. So
I
like,
say that all the time, and I like emphasize to people, I'm like, please don't undervalue your first time experiencing something.
ever,
It's the best because you'll never do it again.
right? Because it's one of those things, it can never be exactly the same. It's just like, siblings will never have the same childhood. It's impossible because, one didn't exist before the other. So everything's going to be changed, and the world's different from every perspective in that point of view and how the
Yeah.
world is. So like, you play the
Even
game the
twins are
first time. Yeah. Like you play a game the first time, you're a beta tester or whatever, and then even years later when you come back, you're like, God, Lee, it might be an equally as fun experience, but it'll never be. It may be the first
the same.
experience like that, but it won't be the same as that one experience.
Logging into fucking Ventrilo to get into guild
Oh,
chat
yep,
with the homies, bro. They're just the
yep,
first time you're a little bit nervous. You're like, I don't know, they don't know me. I don't know them. Are they gonna judge me? Am I gonna judge them? You get,
yeah,
you get in there, you meet, bruh. So many fucking nostalgic memories that I have.
yep. Ventrilo and Mumble, and then back in the
And
day,
TeamSpeak.
yep. And even people would give shit on which one you used or didn't use. I remember, yeah.
Well, you don't use TeamSpeak? No, that was for the EU players back then. It was Ventrilo, bro.
Yep. And I use Mumble more because a good friend, he liked Mumble. They're very techy, and his friend's actually a coder or makes games or some shit now, actually. But they were like, it's just better, better, blah blah blah, yada, and give me all the like term legal or not legal, but the technical terms and jargon. I'm like, cool guys, I get it. Vince not as good. Okay, like,
One of the cool things, though, I'm not gonna put my stream back on and on, but I showed you the Dark Age of Camelot icon there. There's actually another icon on the left side that I'm not currently using. It's called Eden Launcher. Uh, some people created a private Dark Age of Camelot server called Eden. They are working on releasing their, I believe, season 3 soon here. So it's pretty cool. I did play a season of that. It was all right. It was an okay experience, but again, it wasn't the same. Like, because the people that like I played Dark Age with originally, like I considered them basically family. Like we knew each other all so well and played so often together. you know, people can't get on, so like you're getting texts and shit. Hey, can you get on and pay the guild house fucking rent or whatever? And like we had each other's phone numbers. We knew each other's real life names.
Yep.
We knew each other's kids and shit. Like
Yeah, I've got
that was family. It was an in-game family.
that was a because we have a friend out in New Jersey. That's how we met him through EverQuest, and then we played WoW with him. And then by that time, like, so we were in high school and he was starting college. So there's a few years. I think there's like 4 years or something difference from or something like that. I can't remember exactly. I know it's close enough. But we were part of the guild in WoW, and a lot of the people in the guild happened to be around his area in New Jersey. There was like six of them or whatever. And then one day he was like, "Hey, do you guys want to like just come out and stay here with me in New Jersey and hang out for the weekend with the guild?" And we're like, "Fuck it," and that's how that was. Like we've kept in contact him
That'd be
forever.
sick. That'd be sick.
I mean, hell, I've known him and almost as long as I've known my best friend. We're pretty close. I mean, that's the
Yeah, hell
situation's
yeah.
different because I've known him since I was 6, 5. So, but yeah, it was just one of those things right through a game. Like I couldn't imagine today doing what we did. Like, what's that? You want me to come out there and hang out with you? And we're under 21 and drinking shit? Okay. Where's that at? Like,
Uh, yeah, no,
there's no way.
no. But I know countless people that have like gotten married through the game. They've met and gotten married
Oh
and shit.
yeah, absolutely. I couldn't imagine that happen now anyway. Like, it's like almost foreign to think that, wait, you met somebody online and they were real and you guys really got
And
together
a
and
real person on the other
yeah.
end.
Wasn't a
What?
catfish. Like, not everybody was a predator on there. Are you kidding me? Granted,
Yeah.
I'm sure there were. I'm positive. But
I remember in Dark Age, I had met a female, right? And now, like, I played with her. I didn't even know it was a chick or not at first, but like, they typed that it seemed like one with like the fucking face emote things they'd make and shit. I don't, And I was probably, I don't know, maybe like 14 or 15 or some shit. And then like, we ended up talking on the phone and shit. And then she tried to convince me to like marry her in the game. And I was like, yo, that's a little weird. Because you can get married in Dark Age again, which was crazy to me. It's like I'm like fucking 14, 15. I don't want to marry you in a game or in reality. Like we can chill and chat and shit, but I ain't getting married. What
I
the
was like,
fuck?
you're making this you're making this go a little fast. Slow down.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
haven't held hands yet.
Definitely a slowdown.
My cat.
But again, that's an experience. That was the first time I ever had anything like that happen in a video game. That I even knew there was a fucking females.
Yeah, there's a lot, and I would think the one of the biggest things, well, especially back in that day, because the internet was still relatively new, is how fast you could get information about shit compared to like, the time before. Now you can get anything you want, made up or not, but you hear about
Yeah.
shit that wouldn't even be on the news yet because like you'd be playing online with somebody that it happened in that part of the world, or and you're like, what?
Yeah.
And then you hear about it later and you're like, oh, I know about this. And mom or dad would be like, how the hell do you know? Well, I was on WoW earlier today and I saw them all talking about it. WoW was the place for
And
a while there in the early 2000s and 10s where you could literally get some shit that wasn't even out quite yet, and you'd hear about it. You'd hear about like I remember like the school shootings and shit. You'd see about it before it was even on like mainstream news yet, or presidential or anything like that. I'm like, where the hell did you get that? I was like, you'd be surprised at how in tune like the nerds on WoW are with the political scene and just the world in general.
the Gen Chat, the World Chat.
Yep. And the best of things, the worst of things.
Believe it, man. Anyway, bro.
Yeah,
I'm tired as hell. I'm
yep.
going to sleep.
Get some rest, good sir.
Peace.
Peace, bud. Mm-hmm. 1:30. Wide awake. What do I feel like playing? I'd say Hots, but I had a fun account. Maybe I'll look. See which one I want to play. Ace gets there. Slumber 1. Could die in Valheim. I think I got dog eyes and go out first. Far side. Ooh, it's nice and cold outside. Do 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 do. Na 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 na. Cat. Let's see. I guess I'll see if I guess I'll suck up and see if I got what I got for another account here. Definitely not this one. Let's see where this account's at. Girls drive me nuts when they're wanted. This account has nothing. Somewhere I got another account. I can't think of the. See if I can find it this way.